Two. Mic check. 1, 2. Testing. Testing. Mic 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Testing. Mic 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Whatetai, whatetai lua, whatetai tolu, whatetai wha. Talofa, talofa, talofa lava.
laughing children, smiling from the mountains to the ocean. We're proud to be Samoan, here and overseas. Happy to greet you with the Pacific Ocean breeze. Talofa means hello, Fa'afitai means thank you. Alofa Yatelo says I love you. Beautiful people, beautiful sunshine, welcome to our beautiful Samoa.
Sangria uata Nita amilo We oseta Mai oselo Na failo Mai mau pe anai Se televise Mama konai awetani Safia feel it's ama Bobo moy Bo tafari le taulanga Su e ane sa iliane Ibai tele Say I find my Te ai semala Amuia le luve Fayana apa'au Be ana oa uelele atu Mataisa Siale tu fiti Mama konai Awetani Tafia Awetani Tafia
The greatest place of all. She is green and blue, lush with beauty, and heart so pure as gold. Touch someone with tears of joy. Touch someone with smiles of love. Oh, what a happy feeling. Oh, such happy people. People from the sun. We are someone, and vitality. We are the Samoa, and God we trust in thee. Never involved with something that it blinds you. Never forget your roots, cause I'll remind you. Samoa is what we call the Hall of Polynesia. Pleasure is what we give to you if you ever come to visit. We live by a code, we live on principle. We live on the island that teaches follow. And don't forget, love and respect is the message, my friend, we tend to send to the whole world and every boy and girl. And yes, we are Samoa, we ain't no underdog. We have a saying, no flipping, we fear only God. Nobody to a Samoa.
Ia manatu o lele ua mae ona panga ma menga I te fua pa ia ma ane neo sa le vea. El tonu le nei tai au wa ilumo le tua le tātou wha moe moe. Mua le whaatala ulatu le fionga le Limin Star. Le fionga ia whamsanga to el surusuru le puia I Rico Tupai. Ia wa le wha moe moe ia o le nei tai au. O le mea leo te manatu ai ia o tau sama o tau whainga. Ia o le anu atu whaatini o tau sala. A wā pe o ia isa mātou upu pele ai. Masalo lava o Samoa wa umona a isa. Uma foi ona pailango ona pa ia sa ma whainga. E lema foi ona ave sea sa mātou upu. Ave ia lo leo whātau waa. Au te o whalofa ma whata alofa atua I nei tai au fau. A whio maia, se su mai, ma tala mai o au. E manatu o leo le a mataina le tātou wha moe moe, Ia taluai ona o le filongia o le tātou maftanga le nei tai au. Ia whatasi ei ma tātou paanga o lo mawhai ona mai moina le nei wha moe moe. Ia mai so se tafo le lalolangi. Ia ono manatu ai lea. Ia o le a whaonga ia le ngangana whai ngofie. Ia tātou te whasota iai. Ia o le nei tai au. Ia whaatalo whātu i lau whionga le Minster. Mai se foi le whionga le High Commissioner o Australia. Ia sui o malo au whatasi. Ia i pūlenga ma whatonu ese o vaenga ese o le malo o whatasi o tātou whatasi. Ia o whaululunga o matanga luenga. Ia o company ma bisinisi. Ia a meise le lava loa. O sa mo ua o fia le nei tai au ma le au whaasalalau. Ia mātou te whapea tuai. Ia tā lofa lava. Greetings, and in the name of the Lord, I would like to welcome you to the second Digital Pacific Conference 2020. Why not let's all give a hand to the Lord? You all look beautiful, handsome this morning. And I think we have to give thanks to the Lord, our Heavenly Father, who has been so kind for Samoa and her people. We are still COVID-free. So regarding of the pandemic and also the challenges and trying times that are facing by the world, we are gathered here. And so as our colleagues and friends joining virtually from all corners of the world, we welcome you to Samoa. And I wish your presence here. We're also encouraging our development partners that this annual event will continue on until we have all our friends from abroad to be here in paradise, the last and the only remaining paradise on earth. So before we start, I would like to start off with a prayer, as we always, in our tradition and our culture, we have to give praise and thanks to the Lord before we start on this gathering. Ola tātou wifo matatalo. Whaamalumalu maia oe lo mātou atua. A wā o laua fio lava o le na whaia le langi ma le lalolangi ma lalo ifo o le lalolangi. O laua fio lava o le whaapongai o mea le lei umalawa. A wā o laua fio o ananafi o le aso ma ielua. Le nei lava tai au o mātou poto mai. O mātou sulaina loa lofa ma loa ngalelei. A wā o le a ea sa mātou wā mia ua tonu i lau sila whanga. A o sa mātou tū ma sa mātou wanga, ua alo mai ai fofonga o lau o fio. Le nei ua mātou wheiloa i lumo nuu ai leo tua nuu. Malo a fua ai lau ua maua i lo wanga lelei. A wā i mātou nei sa wāo ese. O le tangata malana e ati ae. O le tangata malona whaasino manga. O whaiva matiu te ese sa la vasi ai lo lātou wola. Ai a le nei tai au. Le nei ua mātou wheiloa i fia. Ona o loa lofa ua sili lava lea moi mātou. Ia whaaftaita mai lo wanga le lei. Ina ua taitai mai le soifua o ona o taitai o sio mātou o tunu. Taitai o pisinisi, o company, o whaululunga, o so se mata ngā luenga. O le au ngā lulue lo malo, ai maise o mātou paanga o mātou whaatasi. Ona ua sila fia le wha moe o le nei maftanga. Maise fo i o mātou paanga o mai lātou, o tu mailo lātou tau au. A wale atina ina o Samoa, masona manuia. Ia whapena fo i le nei tai au o mātou vava ai atu i upenga te wha i langi. I le whesota i mai ma maua whesota inga e nisi o mātou paanga. O i lātou a fia whaasoa mai lo lātou sila fia. E ui lava ina ese o taimi male mamao o lātou nofoanga. A ua letu wai lo lātou fia mafuta mai. Te talo ta mai iai lau whaunga i le mea nei. Iai lau whaamanuianga iai mātou uma o whaatastasi le nei whale. Ina ia a mata le nei mafutanga i lau a fio. mātou toi whai ufo I mea umai lawa fio. O a mata upu, o a ni ngā luenga o mātou tau mawhai e whaatino ma whaasoa I le nei tolu aso. Lafo I atu ia te oe, ia iai au whaamanu yanga. A o alo ai lau pā le mene I le nei aso, ma le nei vai aso I ana whamatanga. Lafo a ia te oe whaiva o te itai. O ta itai na e to tofi ina ia whaatonu fo lau le sao Samoa. E la tau te whaia filifilinga ma wha ai unga, a o tūla whono mo le manuia o sio mātou o tunu. A ngā lelei oi lau tala lelei, mai mātou uma ngā lulue le nei aso, a mata me uma I lawa fio, ia toi whai ui lawa fio. Ona o lou lava suafa Jesu Keriso o mātou wole ma te talo tuai nei. Amen. Ia e moli atu le whaftaitele I lausunga I le whaitatalo nei tai au. Ia e tō matawina ai nei maftanga. Ia o le tatalo le minista ma le vala aulia. Ia manuia tele o whaiva. Ia whaftai. And next on our agenda, we have to get the formalities out of the way. It is indeed a great pleasure to now invite the Honorable Minister of Communications and Information Technology, the Office of the Regulator and Samoa Post Limited, Afionga Afamasanga to El Susulu le Puyai Rico Tupai, Molana Saunoanga Autu. I give you the Honorable Minister.
Can I ask you all for another big clap for our Whaiwhe Au this morning? It was necessary for him to acknowledge himself because it was a totally different character that prayed from the usual CEO I know. Yeah, I feel overdressed this morning, but it's the only time of the year when we actually come out and be in our suits once again and our ties. It's Parliament Day. Fatalo fatu le pa ia mal mamalo nei tai au. Mana tu foi le tu tau au whangaina I o tu sa ma whai ngā o leo mai on fofola le whala le saunoanga matango fia le fionga I le office silio mtanga luenga o fsota inga. Ia ma tulanga o teknolosi I tono tata o tunu. Ono manatu lea. Ia lea papa aveloa o se tai au ta ua nei tai au. Ma o le tatu Digital Pacific lona lua le nei ua wheon whatau no wina. Ma o langona fia I le fionga le palmia o ia foi leo le te fono le. O le tatu Digital Transformation Council. Ia pol fono ao le Digital Transformation I tono le tunu. Ia le whatau no wina peo le nei whamoe moe. Ona sa ia langona a mea o wa ver fa mai mai tu o la le whai ona tau ia whaftai tele lava I le tu mai o tau au o tātou pāanga, malo o Australia, o malo o Whatasia, mai lato umo lango le nei whamoe moe. Mo tātou lava I Samoa, o se whamoe moe tā ua. Tātou tilo I nei taimia mai se le tūlanga o lo ier whamai. O le taimia nei tātou tilo ai po ai si tu a inga me to tia, ia foi si au wala mwhai ona whanga ioi e pia e le tātou o tunu. It's time e tātou tilo ai a mata ona a oina nisi anga wa fou. A me se lava yanga wa along whena mau mai tonu o le ICT. Ia po sota inga fo I wha teknolosi wha ona po nei. Ia a wale manuia nei o tātou tangata. Ia male anga e lumo leo langa. E le toi tu mau leo langa le mea sai ai. E le toi tu mau leo langi I le anga I mai tu tau sanga o mawai. Ia a le a tātou anga I pe lumo o le a wha penao na sa putu mai wha mai. Ia o mala whale nā tura. Ia mai le mwhewna tātou no whai I Samoa. A mese ia tātou tono le lio le nei o le malamalama. Ia male to mai o tūlanga o lo ia le teknolosi. Ia tātou tilo po ai si a wala mwhai o nā ngai iai ia Samoa. Ia malona tamao ainga. ia wale atina e manuia nei o tātou tangata o le au ngala na o nei fonutanga. Tātou te mai whaatasi e whaasoa langona o le malamalama e le ngata ia i tātou a o tātou pāanga fo i mai whafo. Ia o ina nisi ata mai fou, ia matilo e nisi au la fou e amatai ni pisinisi. Ia a wale manuia o Samoa mo le anga i luma. Ms. Kani Vignaracha, Assistant Secretary General, Assistant Administrator and Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific. Dr. Simona Marinescu, UN Resident Coordinator. Mr. Jon Sorensen, the United Nations Development Program Resident Representative. Your Excellency, Ms. Sarah Moriarty, Australian High Commissioner in Samoa, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates and panelists, both virtually and in person, and virtual guests from across the region and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I, on behalf of the government and people of Samoa, extend to you all our warmest greetings and to welcome you all to the Digital Pacific Conference 2020, with the aim of empowering the Pacific at sustainable development and digital transformation for all. First and foremost, I would like to extend a special note of gratitude to Ms. Kani Vignaracha, Mr. Jon Sorensen, and the United Nations Development Program for again collaborating and partnering with the government of Samoa in hosting this second meeting as a follow-on from Digital Pacific Conference, which was held here in 2018. I would also like to make special mention of the continued support from the Government of Australia through the work of Your Excellency, Ms. Sarah Moriarty, the Australian High Commissioner to Samoa, and your team at the Australian High Commission. This conference wouldn't have made possible without the assistance from our development partners and international affiliations in ensuring that we proceed with this conference despite the challenges therein with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Building on the 2018 Pacific Digital Conference, the 2020 Pacific Digital Conference aims to bring together influential development thinkers, practitioners, and digital leaders in the region to deliberate not only on matters of regional and national importance, but more so to tap into developments on the international arena for which small island states can capitalize on. It is therefore encouraging for me as the Minister of Communications and Information Technology to see experts and solution providers, government officials, private sector representatives, civil society organizations, and youth representatives partaking in this conference to share their own experiences and perspectives for which everyone present can learn from. For the Digital Pacific Conference 2020, we hope to share current digital transformation stories, best practices cases, case studies, and institutional challenges, increase knowledge and foster awareness of digital skills amongst all participants. The deliberations herein will not only build on the work of the 2018 Digital Pacific Conference, but also do a stock take of how far we as a region have progressed and put into action the outcomes of the first conference. Given the alarming rate of connectivity and widespread proliferation of technology in the Pacific region, an intergovernmental approach to closing the digital divide by way of introducing national IDs and establishing e-governance systems, amongst many other developments and initiatives, would significantly enhance varying opportunities for all through employment, businesses, and improved living standards through better access to services at an accelerated pace. Taking a joint regional approach on these issues will help us harmonize our systems and significantly minimize costs. In the Pacific region and abroad, the crucial social indicators of development such as education and health remain priority areas for our respective governments. For example, a high percentage of children across the region are still unable to read and write upon their completion of primary school cycle, despite the investments in education. The quality and availability of health services varies widely across the region. Progress towards gender equality has been incredibly slow. For all of these challenges, there is great potential in adoption of ICT tools to enhance the quality of these services, allocate limited resources more efficiently, and promote gender equality. Despite the immense advantages brought about by ICT, we are also aware of the challenges brought about by these advances in technology, and therefore, our respective countries' digital safety and security remains a top priority for government. I therefore urge all of our Pacific Island partners to make use of this exciting platform and use our collective power to protect our nations and our communities from the effects of cybercrime, cyberterrorism, and the like. Online perpetrators know no borders. We therefore need to work together within and across the borders to ensure that we minimize the vulnerabilities there are for the safety of our region and respective countries from these adversaries. This platform is one very good way to start. Lastly, I would like to reiterate the support rendered by our partners for this conference. I look forward to continuing our partnership as we embark on taking forward the outcomes of this meeting. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on this optimistic note, I wish you well on your deliberations during the course of this virtual forum and beyond, as we put into actions the outcomes of this meeting. It is my honor on behalf of the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and the Parliament now in session, the Government of Samoa, to now declare the Digital Pacific Conference 2020 open. Thank you and stay safe. I apologize to you all that I will have to leave now, as Parliament has already started, but wish you well today. Thank you.
Ia muli atu le whawhataitele lau whionga le Minister, ia mō saunoanga mātanga o fia talolo i nel tātou mawhtanga. Nui alfonatanga, nui alfonauso Samoa whenga iai. May I now invite Ms. Kani Wignaraja. She is the UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP Assistant Administrator, and Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific, for your remarks. Ms. Kani.
Thank you very much. And I first want to say how sad I am that I cannot be there with you. I would have loved to have been there in person, but it is quite a telling comment that we can still connect because of our digital lines to each other across the world. So to the Honorable Minister and Excellencies, distinguished guests, it gives me such pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of UNDP to this second Digital Pacific Conference held in Samoa. Now, it's to me such an essential part of what will make change, because digital transformation is so essential, particularly for small island developing states, to truly accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. So I wish to thank the Minister and the Samoa Ministry of Communications and Information Technology for co-hosting this event with UNDP. And I would also like to acknowledge the High Commissioner and the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for their support to this conference. And it is wonderful to see the UN and UNDP colleagues, and most importantly, our Samoan colleagues and participants, both from government, from civil society, and the private sector. Now, if there's one thing that COVID-19 has taught us all in a fast and unforgiving manner, is how pivotal the maturity of a digital ecosystem is to ensure that people and their institutions can withstand crises and can rebound and even thrive and move forward regardless of crises. Crises won't go away. They're now estimating that every 10, 15 years or so, we're going to see these massive pandemics come forth. We're constantly hit by natural disasters. So this is going to be part of our lives going forward. And it is a testament to the power of technology that will allow us to continue life and livelihoods. We're seeing the groundbreaking advancements in digital solutions and the exponential growth that it can drive in economies and societies around the world. In fact, in our own neighborhood in Southeast Asia, a very recent report put out by Google, Temasek, and Bain looked at 6 Southeast Asian countries and revealed that 40 million people in these 6 nations came online for the first time in 2020. That's 40 million new users, bringing the total number of internet users in this region to 400 million. That represents about 70% of people living in these countries. This is what we would like to see for the SIDS as well. That means almost doubling the numbers of internet users. Now, at the same time, the size of this region's internet economy, if I look again at Southeast Asia, because of the digital factor, exceeded 100 billion for the first time. And if current trends hold in that neighborhood, it will triple by 2025. So this digital revolution, just looking at that neighborhood of Southeast Asia, is completely reshaping how we live, how we connect, how we learn, and how we work. So it is exciting, it is real, and full of potential for those who can access this world. So our interest as UNDP is to ensure that all parts of the world, including the SIDS, have this type of access and see the meaningful gains for all people and not just for a few. So UNDP will work with countries and communities to ensure the effective use of technology and digital disruption to solve the tough challenges to sustainability, be they economic, social, or environmental. We will continue to support innovative solutions around the world and leverage that knowledge and the collective global capacities of governments and the tech industry to steer digital innovations for the public good in all countries that need that. This also underpins our commitment to support the SIDS through a global framework consisting of 3 pillars: climate action, blue economy, and digital transformation. I would in fact say that the digital transformation has an immediate impact on the other 2. So this is even more significant considering the current pandemic and what comes after COVID-19. Now, in most parts of the world, we are seeing the accelerated uptake of digital solutions, and the tools and services across the Pacific are needed to mitigate against adverse socioeconomic consequences. We know that these consequences hit the islands much before the virus did. So we've got to ensure that in a world where these viruses know no borders, that we can keep governments functioning and the formal and informal sector open for business. And the faster that we can adopt effective and ethical digital practices, the faster will be the pivot to a more sustainable recovery. and that one can help step out of old ways of doing business and in fact move to a better, greener, more accountable and healthier way of growing our economies while also protecting our planet. Now, tech and innovation have always been driving factors for society's progress from the very birth of human civilization. In our current context, we see that artificial intelligence and green energy technologies stand out as game changers with the potential to disrupt for good. So we are not looking to go back to old pathways to progress. It is these technologies and in fact new discoveries that can help us prosper while doing so within our planetary boundaries and protecting our health and reducing the huge inequalities that exist today among people and also between countries. Now, the digital revolution cannot fix everything, but if done right, it is a powerful means to a better end. And to get to that better end, we must address matters of digital ethics, data governance, privacy rights, cyber warfare, and this increasing digital divide. The learning of how to do it better is best done by working together, building on networked and collaborative approaches that brings together multiple stakeholders in the public and private sector, across the UN and its multilateral and bilateral partners. And it must include those impacted most by these technologies. This will generate more winners and fewer losers. So for the Pacific, we recognize the enormous potential, particularly that come through young entrepreneurs in this digital space. The future of work in the Pacific will be inextricably linked to the digital future of young people. So investments in their digital skills and their access to the digital economy, with the essential provision of reliable and inexpensive internet access for all, will leapfrog these countries over others. At UNDP, we see internet access as a public good. So to the leaders of the Pacific community, I commend you for your leadership and foresight in pushing digital transformation to overcome geographic remoteness and dispersion, to increase reach and resilience of communities, economies, and governments. So this Digital Pacific Conference is an excellent opportunity to facilitate the partnerships, the knowledge sharing, and capitalize on existing infrastructure investments and to call for new investments. And if done as a collective, it can also gain from market scale. There are no limits to what a digital transformation can mean to the Pacific Islands. And we look to this conference to set a high bar on the level of ambition and expectation on what can result. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagnaraja, for those kind words and those remarks. Really help with all the leaders and all the academias, the industry, and every participant in this room. We thank you once again, and we welcome you, invite you to come to Samoa, and we would love to have this conference next year. And hopefully by then we could have you here on island. So thank you very much, Ms. Kani. And may I now invite Your Excellency, Ms. Sarah Moriarty, the Australian High Commissioner to Samoa, for your remarks.
CEO of the Ministry of Communications and IT, Fualao Talatalanga Mata'u Matawheo. Thank you for leading us in prayer this morning. Honourable Minister for Communications and IT, Afamasanga Riko Tupai. UN Assistant Secretary General, Ms. Kani Wignaraja. UN Resident Coordinator, Simona Marinescu. and UNDP resident representative Jorn Sorensen. Esteemed participants from around the world and here in Samoa, ladies and gentlemen, ta'alofa and good morning to you all. I'm delighted to be here this morning as one of the keynote speakers at this conference, and I speak on behalf of my colleague, the High Commissioner in Fiji, who provided, through the High Commission there, through DFAT, provided financial support to this conference. The Government of Australia recognises the importance of digitalisation and enhancing the development of information and communication technology across the breadth and depth of all aspects of social and economic development. We also acknowledge that the digital divide between developed and developing economies is wide, and even more so for the small island states, including Pacific Island countries and territories. As well as individual bilateral support across the Pacific, Australia is proud to support the work of UNDP in the region, and in this case, supporting UNDP to partner with the Government of Samoa through the Ministry of Communications and IT to host this important conference. The conference is a follow-up from the inaugural conference held here in Apia in 2018, which I was very pleased to attend, and in which Australia played a key supporting role. On this occasion, the conference will allow all participants to assess and report on how far Pacific Island countries and territories have come since then, to assess progress and capability gaps, and keep momentum on this digital journey to ensure no one is left behind. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed brought a new normal into our everyday lives, in how we live, how we connect with family and friends, how we do business, and how we work. What was the normal of face-to-face meeting and contact is being challenged, and restrictions under the new normal have challenged us to explore new methods of doing business. This has caused an increased usage of ICT products and services, which Ms. Kani Wignaraja very eloquently outlined to a startling effect with the amount of uptake that has taken place over the last year. This provides opportunities, but it also exposes vulnerabilities in Pacific Island countries and territories' ICT capabilities and capacities. Under its Inclusive Growth Programme, UNDP has recognised the economic difficulties created by the pandemic and how digitalisation can be catalytic to sustaining economic and social development. Pacific Island countries and territories need to be efficient in their responses to COVID and to develop strategies and mechanisms to ensure that their economies and communities are not further marginalised due to the impact of the pandemic. This conference provides a forum where all stakeholders in the ICT industry, governments, development thinkers, and youth in the region can convene and share experiences and perspectives. I'm confident that the vast experience, the wealth of knowledge, and the astute leadership of participants and organisers will realise the expected outcomes of the conference and will enable countries to accelerate their digital transformation. In conclusion, I again thank UNDP, the Ministry of Communications and IT, and the Government of Samoa in hosting this conference. I wish you all the success in your deliberations over the next few days. And I recall from the last conference that the Youth CoLab came up with some great ideas that have advanced in intervening years. I'm sure there are many such examples. I fervently hope that we may see the seeds of these discussions over the next few days bear fruit in innovative and interesting ways for the betterment of all our futures. Whakatailava, soifua mai ia manuia.
Yeah, Whakataitele, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those remarks and those kind words. And I think that concludes the formality for this morning. And that brings us to the conclusion of the first part of our Digital Pacific Conference. I would like to have some housekeeping matters. I believe that some of our distinguished guests will not be staying the whole day with us. So I would like to invite you all, just in case I miss out on this, that the Honorable Minister will be hosting a welcoming reception this evening at 7 o'clock at Taumesina Resort. So in case you might decided to leave early, you are all invited to that reception this evening. And for your information, we do have exits for in case emergency. As you see just behind you, use the elevator or the stairs. Please use the stairs. So we have those exits there. The bathrooms for your convenience is just right at the back. And also we'll be serving tea, morning tea and afternoon tea in between this room and the ocean view where we are having our tech show. So we have invited all our tech companies to showcase their services, their products. So please do make time and visit them, talk to them, and make connections. And that's what we're building on these 3 days. We're building networks, we're building connections. So at the end of the 3 day, we all know each other, and we have to build on this momentum while we started off. And I think that concludes. May I now invite you all for a group photo just behind these tables at the back. The ladies and our media team is organizing that space there for a group photo. And then we shall proceed on with our morning tea. And I shall see you back at 10:30. Thank you. Faftai.
Two. Two. Two.
joining for this photo? Please. Time is running. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Olau alaba mai anamua Ne inga lolau si basau soa Mayo tama tua Nemanu tangi e uata Nita amilo Bei o seta Mai o selo no failo Mai mau pe anai ai Se televise Se manu Wai no atu lo tino
Welcome back, and good morning once again to you all. It is now time for our first presentation session. As we know, we only have one local speaker who is currently with us, and the two other speakers will be joining us on the virtual Zoom. So may I now invite Awhionga Fualau Talatalanga Mata Amatawheo, Chief Executive Officer for the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, to the stage for his first presentation. Paftai.
Yeah, talofa once again. I think it's always the challenging to be the first speaker right after morning tea or even lunch. That would be worse. But once again, I welcome you, dear colleagues and friends from our development partners and also our industry, our business community, and of course, government agencies, representatives of our CITA, Samoa IT Association, and the Government Technical Working Group. I've also seen in the House some recently established ICT businesses, owners, directors in our country, so welcome. Well, I think I've been chosen to start off on this first session. In 2018, we managed to bring in all the Pacific countries in Samoa, representatives of a minister and their chief executive officer. So they were given a task as the communique of that 2018 conference was to report back in the next Digital Pacific the progress thus far in ICT and their digital transformation journey. And after several attempts to our colleagues in the region, we've been informed that they've been heavily involved with all the other commitments in their own respective countries. Hence why we've only managed to have the confirmations from Vanuatu and Solomon Island. But nevertheless, there are tasks and work that has been done by UNDP, UNESCAP, and also our colleagues in the UN system, that they've been gathering all these developments happening in every Pacific country in this region. So I am sure that there will be a report that you may find some sort of developments they have done, they did in the last couple of years. But I think for Samoa, I will just present on the work thus far, not only in government, but also as an overarching picture of where Samoa was and where we're heading to, and where we want to be in the next 10, 15 years. So I would like to share our digital journey. Again, welcome our colleagues joining us virtually and also our speakers. A roadmap to digital transformation. So I will be starting off just to share with you some of this work that has been done. For government itself, there's a strong push by our Digital Transformation Council. And this was reviving that National ICT Steering Committee back then. Government decided with these new terminologies, I think we better stick to them as well, and it reflects what is currently happening. So the re-establishment of our Digital Transformation Council, which is chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, co-chaired by the Minister of Communication and the Minister of Finance, and with all key government agencies chief executive in that committee, including reps from our chamber, SAME, and also our CITA association. And there is a big push and drive for digital government services. So digital government of Samoa is now embarking on its digital transformation program. And it all links to our current strategy for the development of Samoa, which is currently reviewed and should be launched, its revised SDS soon. Since 2018, we saw the launching of our first ever communications sector plan. And that sector plan, with its vision, its mission, and 3 goals, we had put 61 activities in that sector plan that by 2022, we should achieve all those activities in our sector plan. We've also seen the launch of our first ever national cybersecurity strategy. This strategy has bring on board a whole of our key stakeholders, not only in government, but also with our development partners and relevant parties from the private sector. The establishment of some key government structures. Recently, our government now approved the establishment of our National Computer Emergency Response Team. We call it SAMCERT. As you know, a whole in the Pacific region, there's only Tonga, Vanuatu, and PNG. It's just recently launched their CERT as well. So Samoa, with the approval of Cabinet, now we are working closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia in establishing that key governance structure for the government. And as I've also mentioned, alongside with the development of our communication sector strategy, our plan, we've also did an initial review of how we could have an agency, we call it Digital Transformation Authority, a central government body that coordinates all the developments in ICT space at various sectors of government and ensure that we transform as a whole country. So Cabinet approved that Digital Transformation Authority establishment. We are now in the process with the assistance of the New Zealand government. We are seeking technical expertise from the market to start that work with Samoa. So 2 weeks ago, we managed to close the tender of those experts, expression of interest. So it's now with our tenders board in taking forward this work. Since then, there's some key developments in the transition of our television. As you heard, also reported 100% transition from analog to digital. Also, our street naming and address digitization project, which there's a task force. So we've started off with 4K within the CBD, and now they're rolling out not only putting names, which we see more often being pulled down by drunk drivers or even those kids running around the road, but we're digitizing those coordinates at the same time. So with the assistance of drones and VR and all these technologies, the GIS team at MNRE, they're coordinating this digitization of all our roads and addresses. And of course, there's a whole lot of other ICT initiatives at various government sectors. In the private sector, next slide, please. We've seen the last 2 years, since 2018, we've seen the revival of our Samoa IT Association. Used to be the Afulingol Kakososi. SITS, Samoa IT Society. So we now have the SITA, which is now also just recently had the AGM and reappointed our president. I'd like to acknowledge at this moment the work that is done by the president, executive, and our SITA, especially the e-learning platforms that has been developing for the schools. Those are just the work with our network providers and ISP. Recently have some new players in the market, STCL and also SPPCL. With all the broadcasting sectors now with moving to digital television. And I'm sure that also with cable TV, there are a lot more discussions with new, some sort of TV systems to be launched. In the pipeline also with our FM and AM radios from analog to digital. So these are some of the works and developing a whole lot of mobile apps we've seen. These are some of the new intake, especially in the e-commerce side. We've seen the uptake of those platforms and the usage. It's quite enormous now, given with COVID. So with next slide. Some of the infrastructure developments. We've seen the establishment of our first wholesale company, the Samoa Submarine Cable Company, with 6 shareholding of that company. The establishment was the first of its like in our region and maybe in the world as well, because we bring in the industry together with our institutions, and we managed to have that company that wholesaling the price of our internet through these cables. So currently we have 3 cable systems, submarine cable systems, the Tui Samoa and then the Manatua now in 2020. We've seen in that period as well since 2018, developing and building those resilient internet connectivity, international connectivity. We also able to have that US cable boat to have their warehouse depot here in Samoa. The company has T-Subcom. It's a US company. So they've won another 20-year contract of managing all the cable system in the Oceania region. And this is where Samoa put forth a bid. And we want to have the boat here and also host the depot where they will put all the spare parts in case. So the case in Tonga, the boat was here with us and all the spares were taken from here to Tonga when that happened in Tonga. We still have the resilient backup with some telcos of satellite connectivity. We've also seen some of the Wi-Fi provided by our telcos, not only at the airport, but now in public transport. It has been reported a 98% both carriers, 3G, 4G, LTE connectivity, 100% of our digital coverage. And also we've seen the digital streaming of some of these content at various radio stations. So these developments, we've also introduced the first ever VR, AR training in the Pacific that was had their graduation 2 weeks ago. And that was the first VR, AR virtual reality and augmented reality training that was held here in Samoa. And we've got some amazing kids that now taking up that space as their way to move forward with their own innovations. And with the availability of other technologies, we've seen the use of drones in digital mapping and all the other works that has been done by our companies like SkyEye and to name a few. Can I have the next slide, please? So applications, I think as you've seen right from the measles, when we have the central communication hub set up in front of the government, this reflects a true partnership of where government and our IT industry came together in time of crisis. And that was a successful undertaking. And we've only managed to have over 100 people that assist with that work in less than 6 hours. And that was amazing. And also with the scene with the COVID, we've seen now that the future is right here. And with the use of digital, with the resilient connectivity of these international cables and these infrastructures, it is now we're able to connect every citizen, and including our children on these e-education portals online. So with the work of CETA and so as the Ministry of Education, we're working together with them in building these accessibility, not only from their homes, but also from the schools. And that's where we see the telcos now providing all the free SIMs, controlled and monitored SIMs. But also we've seen the zero rate applied to all and every online materials they access. So we've also seen during the time of measles and COVID, the telecommunications were able to co-locate under the state of emergency orders. We're able to co-locate them on each other's towers, infrastructures, because people were staying at their home and not able to come to work, and the traffic was congested. And I'm sure that we have the telcos here that we had that problem in the very first week of shutdown that we had. And then we worked on these solutions, and it gets better. And in the first introduction of our work from home program, so Cabinet approved a work in partnership with our ISPs to have secured connectivity from the Prime Minister and the ministers, and also the chief executives from their home in case it's a full shutdown. And of course, we've seen now with affordable and enormous data plan that's available. And with that, also alluded to the fact of having these, building these local genuine partnerships and strong connections within our own ICT communities. It really helps in times of need. And this is just a summary of what we took, next slide, from Hootsuite. You can go find it yourself. But this really brings forth some of the statistics that we've seen in the January 2019 compared to now. You can see that increase not only in our mobile phone connections, but also you've seen the increase in internet users and social media users. So there's a whole lot of appreciation in our communities, and we're transforming the mindset of our people at the same time and get educated that connectivity is a way that we should look into in order of efficiency and effectiveness, whether it's in our business or in our offices. There are some developments in progress. I won't go into the details of those, but these are some of the work that's in the pipeline, and we have been also stated in the government plan for the next 20 to 30 years. We're also in discussion now with the industry in setting up our national IXP, our Internet Exchange Point. At the same time, we've just been informed last month by UNESCAP that Samoa is now selected to be the host of our Pacific IXP. So there's New Zealand and Fiji and Samoa. Those are the possible nodes. And so soon we will have in discussion together with our industry and our telcos in how we could proceed with this work. And with the hosting here, that IXP could bring benefits in terms of our internet access. And at the same time, I know Sam and the team, we've been working with Central Bank of Samoa in setting up our national payment gateway. I think that's one project that was really identified by some of our partners, that it's a must to have that exchange gateway for Samoa. And of course, there comes planning, there's development, and there's always challenges. And I think that's why we're all here. We want to hear from you, we share from the industry, the academias, and our partners. There's always challenges in digital transformation. It's very easy to pronounce these words: digitization, digitalization, digital transformation, but it's easier said than done. And I think that's why we need this sort of platform to have this coordination and aware of what each others are doing. Because there is a political drive and its governance systems now to ensure that ICT is another pillar of our Samoa 2040 plan. And it's one of those pillars that the government is looking into enabling all the other pillars of the economy. So coordination, as you've seen, the study that was done before the establishment of our Digital Transformation Authority informs us that every sector and every agency is doing their own thing. And then at the end of the day, there's issues of interoperability and also sustainability of these various technologies at various platforms that is already deployed and it's already developed at various government sectors. So it is one of the key challenges is to coordinate and how we could transform as a country, not as a sector, but as a whole country, including the private sector, the businesses, the startups, the entrepreneurs, in how we could coordinate all our digital efforts. And that should reflect the outcome that we want for Samoa to be in the next 20 years. Funding, resources, it's always the challenge. And I think it's similar with our colleagues from the region as well. But I think that's why we always have these terminologies of strategic. We want to do more with less. So whatever resources we have, I think this coordinated whole of government approach, it's one of those that could really ensure that we could use as much as possible the limited resources that we have. And with these new digital transformation initiatives, there's always a challenge now of where are we going to source these capabilities? Where are we going to source the right people at the right place at the right time that could cater for these technologies? We never heard of cloud computing. We never heard of machine learning, AI, artificial intelligence, 5 years ago or 10. But do we have the right personnel, the right people, the skills built into our curriculum so that in the next 5 to 10 years where we actually have technologies, we also have an education system that feed the industry and the skills that's required. So with those challenges and those remarks, it's an opportune time for all of us here. And maybe I haven't mentioned it all, or you have some of the challenges that we need to know. And this is the right time why we're having this to ensure that we collaborate and share and discuss in going forward. With those ending words, thank you very much for listening. And we should have the Q&A after our two speakers. Malfa'aloalo fa'afetai.
Whaftaila whionga for lau. We would now like to invite our online virtual speaker, Mr. John Jack. We have next was Mr. John Stanley, but we were still trying to connect to him. Mr. John Jack will be connecting on this virtual online discussion from Vanuatu. Vanuatu, yeah. He's a Deputy Chief Information Officer for the Ministry of IT for the Vanuatu government. He's also a board member at Vanuatu Broadcasting and Television Corporation and a chairperson for the APT Policy and Regulatory Forum for the Pacific. Let's welcome Mr. John Jack.
Hello.
Talofa, Mr. John.
Talofa, is it a good morning or a good day?
Morning here.
Am I coming?
Samoa.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present in this very important gathering that we have. I remember attending one back in was it 2018, 19? I'm not sure. No, time has fly so fast that I already forgot which year I attended the one in Samoa. But thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah, let's go to the second slide. This is. Yes, so I must apologize first of all. In fact, it was my boss who was supposed to do this presentation, and I was asked just yesterday, so it was kind of like a last minute. But first of all, I want to extend a big thank you to CEO of ICT in Samoa, my good friend Tala, and the team for giving me this opportunity to try my best to give a rundown on a few things that we are working on, but I want to concentrate mainly on the digital government roadmap that we are developing here in Vanuatu. The next slide, the contents of my presentation this morning. I'll just give a brief introduction to some of the things that we have been doing here since the last couple of years, and then give an update on the current situation, some of our priorities and building blocks in terms of digital government, and then talk a little bit about where we are heading into the future. So next slide. So in the telecommunications sector report published by the Office of the Regulator, LATCR, mobile phone services has shown the potential to stimulate sustainable development for Vanuatu, acting as a tool to bridge socio-economic and information and communications gap and assist in empowering individuals. So building on this basic connectivity that is now available, mobile services has continued to by connecting those who are geographically and socially isolated to our wider society. So since the 2018, with mobile penetration has increased to 92% for Vanuatu. Mobile subscription has increased by 5%, and mobile data traffic rose by 79%. I would like just to dwell on mobile, given that our islands are separated by water, and it's a challenge for telecom operators to to roll out the infrastructure. So having this progress in terms of mobile connectivity reach out to a population that is widely dispersed among the islands, it's a big achievement. Although some remote areas, they still require improvement, the increase in availability and accessibility of mobile networks and technologies has been I would say a major benefit for a broad range of Vanuatu people. So I have to say thanks to our partners like the Australian government through the Governance Support Program, which have supported us widely with our Universal Access Program. This has resulted in such an achievement in terms of mobile coverage subscription, which resulted in the rise of data traffic over the last 3 years. Next slide. So something that's really important to us is trying to ensure that although there are other developments happening in Vanuatu in terms of ICT, I would like to spend some time to talk about what we are doing in terms of digital government. Of course, thanks to support from Samoa being the chair of the PACSON, we have launched our computer emergency response team back in 2018. And with that same support, in terms of the exchange of information regionally, we are now into the process of launching our national cybersecurity strategy, which kind of like, we are working back to front a little bit because we should have the strategy and then the policy, but we have a policy and now we are launching our national cybersecurity strategy. I would like to mention as well that in a Council of Ministers decision back in 2019, and then reaffirmed by the current government as well, we have established a broadband infrastructure and a governance improvement program, which is looking at the services of broadband in Vanuatu. And with the work that the steering committee of the broadband infrastructure and governance improvement program is working on now is, looking at potentials, the options of having a domestic submarine cable that would connect up to 10 islands in Vanuatu, which will help in terms of resilience during times of disaster. And that has been progressing very well. And thank you to the support of our donor partners who are very positive in their support towards that initiative. We haven't actually had any concrete in terms of a way forward, but otherwise there's also the positive indication, positive signs coming from our stakeholders in making sure that we have an infrastructure that is resilient in terms of natural disaster. Also, I would like to mention there's another development that has come up recently is with the assistance of the Australian Defence Force. We are now in the process of deploying a Vanuatu government HF and a VHF radio network throughout Vanuatu. And thank you to all the Australian Defence Force members who have sacrificed their time out from their families during this period of COVID to come over to Vanuatu and to assist, to help us in the deployment of the Vanuatu government HF and the VHF radio network. Of course, thanks to the satellite operators like Pacific, there's been an improved connectivity in terms of broadband in some of the very remote areas in Vanuatu using satellite, and thanks to them for that development. We have a coverage of 100% coverage over Vanuatu, and although cost still remains a big challenge, which I will share right at the end, but people are seeing the importance of connectivity and having access to a service that is that is resilient and always there for them to connect and communicate with families in other parts of the region, especially those who are attending to RS, so Recognized Seasonal Work Program in New Zealand, and the SWP program in Australia. Thanks to again UNESCAP, and I've just heard from the presentation from Samoa that Samoa is now selected to host the regional IXP. That is a very good news for all of us, which we try our best to keep the internet traffic within our region. We have launched our IXP back in 2015, and it's working until now, although we had some challenge with international traffic. However, local traffic, we are keeping it within Vanuatu, and thanks to the support from some of our stakeholders and partners who have continuously helping us to making sure that our service is up and running. So for the Digital Government Master Plan, our objective is to provide support to the government of Vanuatu in terms of making sure that our services, the government services, are online. Some of the key deliverables that we are planning is a Digital Government Master Plan framework, and of course we've started. Can we go to the next slide? We've started this work since October of 2018. Thank you to the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, who have been providing us the assistance in making sure that we have this roadmap. So our workshop started off in October of last year, and again this year, although we have the situations with COVID, but thanks to ICT and our online virtual platform, we still continue to have workshops this year. So this year, our latest workshop was, we had one in October and also the other one just last week, which we are into the process of validation of the feedbacks and the discussions on some of the requirements and the direction and the way forward with the digital government roadmap. Next slide. Some of our issues, some of the issues and challenges that were raised during the workshop was again similar to the one that was raised by Samoa in terms of the capacity, the human resource that we have, the financial resources, and I think in terms of finances, we couldn't say we can stress, we cannot stress more than that, but what we would need to see happen is stakeholders need to come together and discuss and be able to understand each other, and the human factor of getting things organized is the most challenging part of what we are doing, and we're seeing this happening, and that's one of the priority areas which we looked at, making sure that we have people within our government ministries and departments that are able to work together and share knowledge and ideas together. We move to the next slide, please. I don't want to dwell too much on this one, but this is the vision of the government of Vanuatu in terms of making sure that we have a national vision that is that's mentioned technology as a very supporting role in making sure that the government deliver its service. Go to the next slide, please. So in our current work, one of our biggest work which we have embarked on since March of this year was to review our legal frameworks and the current legislations that are already in place. And we've it's quite a lengthy work in terms of making sure that the environment is ready for the work that we want to embark on in terms of technology. So areas of improvement that we see as priority, we're targeting as priority now is we want to ensure that data protection and regulation policy direction are set. We want to see legislations that would provide an environment where we can, where it provides governance for the developments in ICTs and telecommunications. And of course, cybersecurity legislation is still our key priority. And even though we've tried for so many years, since 2015, our cybercrime bill is still hanging in there. And again, it's listed again in this current the parliament session that it's going on now, and hopefully fingers crossed that we could get the cybersecurity or cybercrime legislation passed by parliament. So this is one of the biggest work that we are doing after our last presentation at the Digital Pacific Conference in 2018? Yeah, 2018. So we are looking forward to making sure that we have the legal framework and the environment set for our developments in the current work that we're doing in the digital government roadmap. Next slide, please. With our work on the digital government roadmap, we are targeting thematic areas, and in the meetings in the stakeholder meetings that we've had in the last in October and again last week, we are stock taking on existing resources, as well as looking at the requirements, the business requirements from each of the ministries, and making sure that we align those to identify common building blocks for us to enhance our or to see improvements in the services of delivering government services to the citizens of Vanuatu. Next slide. So with the current situation, I would just like to present this some of the situations, summary of the situations that we have identified in the last few workshops that we had. I don't want to read from the slide, but you can see from the slides there, there's still issues with we do not have complete value chain to deliver online services, still in stages of planning and preparation, lack of human resource, finance resources, and there's still within the government, we still identify standalone, or people are still operating in, a lot of government departments are still operating in silos. And although I would say, even though these are identified, but there's a lot of developments that have happened in the last couple of years, and back to with the current situation with COVID, we've seen a lot of mobile apps being developed and more connectivity, but we still identify that these challenges remain, that we need to continue to address them. Next slide, please. Those are some of the building blocks that we've identified, and we've started to work with our key stakeholders and partners in addressing some of the building blocks that we've identified. The government has, for the first time, an integrated portal where most of our online services could be accessed from the portal. We are working on our front end and building our back end, strengthening, hardening security. We've identified, well, in the recent announcement, sorry, in the recent in the recent speech delivered by our Prime Minister during the UNGA meeting, we've seen a huge an increase in the number of attacks on the Vanuatu infrastructure, Vanuatu government ICT infrastructure, and that has gave us, gave us the opportunity to harden the security on our front end and our back end of our government integrated portal. Next slide, please. So those are roughly a roadmap in terms of activities that we are working on. We're looking at targeting 2021 and the 2022-2024 for integration, and stage 3 will be expansion of of our services, that is 2025 to 2026. Next slide, please. So that's again, there's more detail into the previous slide. Targeting e-learning, of course, e-learning has already, that's an area that has, COVID, thanks to COVID, that has given us, the opportunity, well, although it's a challenge, but we see an opportunity there to make sure that, e-learning is delivered. We've increased the communicating with our farmers, as well as making sure that information on health is disseminated to citizens throughout Vanuatu. Thanks to the Vanuatu Customs and Inland Revenue, which have now, through the single window platform, they have integrated and connect government departments, businesses that are related to trade, and that has worked very well. But still, there's still a lot more work that needs to be done in other areas in terms of e-payment. Hopefully, we can get our National Payments Act passed by this current parliament. And thanks to already very productive work being done by our financial sectors in making sure that the interoperability project is the process of being a successful project. And of course, the National Payment Gateway will be one of the key projects that will be coming up shortly. Next slide, please. So that is just a roadmap, a direction, and a way forward where we are heading. We are hoping that at level 5, we should be there by 2025, and that's our target. For an integrated, government systems where we've established centralized process, we've connected all the integrated and have a common database where people can access, citizens can access from anywhere in Vanuatu, and seamless one-stop service offering between department and the entity to make sure that people be able to access government services. And of course, the supporting environment, which is very important to making sure that everyone is safe when you are online. You have the human capacity development, and of course, everyone part of this development. Next slide. I think that's the end. Yep. So this is the next steps forward. We are into the process of finalizing our digital government strategy document, and we are targeting the end of third quarter, end of first quarter of next year. Hopefully, COVID will be away, and we should be able to fast track some of the activities that are identified in the strategy. And we're looking as well as institutional arrangements. One of the key things that we're looking at here is in our national security strategy, where it mentions pillar number 5 of the national security strategy. It covers cybersecurity. So there will be a lot of work in terms of institutional arrangements and project development activities. Again, the domestic cable is our priority as well. I think that's the final slide. So thank you so much, Fafeta Lava, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. John Jack. Please stand by for the next panel session. We now come to our panel session discussions. If you have any questions, please, we'll relate to when we have the discussions now. May I now call upon our facilitator, Mr. Suetena Loia. Mr. Loia is our ACEO, ICT for our ministry, and he's also the manager secretariat. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Suetena. And let's also invite again on stage our CEO, Awhiunga Folau, Talatalanga Mata Amatawheo. And joining us on the panel session discussion will be Mr. John Jack. We have in our schedule Mr. John Stanley from Solomon Islands. Unfortunately, he cannot connect with us at this stage. So we will leave it to the stage to Tina Faftai.
Thank you, Famina, and warm greetings again to all the participants, both physically and virtually. Now I would like to call into the panel, Mr. John Jack, who's now attending, and Afionga Talatalanga Matau, in terms of this panel session regarding what are some of the success and what are the challenges that our SIDS islands have faced in the Pacific countries and in the Pacific territory. So we have listened to some of the presentation from our regional leaders, from Mr. John Jack of Vanuatu and Mr. Talatalanga Matau from Samoa. And we note that there has been a lot of development in the digital transformation arena. And this challenge and these developments in the digital transformation arena, and these developments don't come by without any challenges. I'm sure there are many challenges in many areas and in many levels of the country, both from the technical side, the human capacity, as well as the institutional capacities of countries. But I would like to open the floor in terms of this discussion, in terms of the question, what are some of the challenges that each country or the representing countries today in terms of driving for the digital transformation and driving for the digital agenda in the region? And what are some of the gaps that you have foreseen, and what are the lessons that you have in terms of what the challenges that you have faced would like to tell the other nations as well as participants, both locally and internationally and regionally? And may I give the floor to Mr. John Jack, if he could provide some insight from PNG's endeavor in terms of its digital transformation. Mr. John Jack, Vanuatu.
Thank you. Thank you, should I say moderator? Thank you, moderator. For Vanuatu, and especially, and I mean, for most of the countries in the Pacific region, where we are separated by water, most of the islands. One of our biggest challenge in Vanuatu is rolling out the infrastructure to making sure that everyone is connected. For telecom operators, we've had this universal access program where it provides it, and we tried our best in terms of making sure that there's a government support and also donor support in providing funds to assist the operators to go out and invest and roll out the infrastructure. Yet the cost itself and the logistics of traveling between the islands is the biggest challenge for all the operators. The government being Vanuatu government being the third largest telecommunication is managing the third largest telecommunication infrastructure in Vanuatu. We've seen this, and for us it's more challenging because we are not making any profit from the services that we're offering. So the budget that was given to us to making sure that we provide a service to the government institutions, that budget remains the same all throughout. Every year it remains the same. So it's really challenging for us, to making sure. But there are ways in which, and I believe Samoa doesn't have that experience. Whereas for us, we are the only government in the region who owns a telecommunication infrastructure. With building towers, and we're running fiber optic cables, fiber network throughout in Port Vila as well as in Lucanville and other provincial centers. So it's really challenging for us. Apart from that, of course, our natural disasters. It's whenever we had a category 5 cyclone, all the networks, they go from 100 or even 92% down to maybe less than 50% in terms of coverage. So these are some of the things that some of the bigger developed countries, they don't experience that much, but for us in the Pacific, it's quite challenging. Yeah. So I will stop there, but we are happy to raise other challenges as well. But I just want to raise those. That's one big challenge in terms of deployment of infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructures in island nations. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, John, for that very insightful information and gathering in terms of your country's endeavor to produce a good and correct pathway for Vanuatu. So may I give the floor to Mr. Talatalaga Matau?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think this is a mix of both sessions. So given that our colleague from Solomon Islands is not joining us, so if you still have any question from the presentation, please do so. I think it's good to marry these two, because what we have presented is what we have, our government has been in the pipeline for some years. And then in the last 2 years, we've seen implementation of quite enormous work in the ICT space. And we've also seen the work done by the Vanuatu government. It's quite something that is new to our Pacific region, but it's something we're taking up very quickly and with passion. And I think this is the beauty of having some sort of commonalities in our region, because we share the same challenges. We share the same issues with our colleagues in the Pacific region. Samoa came a long way in terms of its telecommunication and its development in ICT. And if you were born in 20 or 30 years ago, comparing to where we are now, I mean, we are very fortunate that we're able to have this sort of luxury living compared to those that really lived by our ancestors. And this is where I mentioned in my presentation, where digital transformation and technology is really bridging that gap, no matter where we are in the world, and including Samoa. We are very close by because of the connectivity we currently have. And with the absence of this great facility, these cable systems, we won't be able to enjoy connectivity right now and video conferencing, entertainment, and things like that during the time of COVID. So we had a lot of successes, and I couldn't name every single one that all the businesses has been struggling and has been doing successfully in the last 5 years in our ICT space. We have seen that in the banking finance institution, the financial inclusions, the use of the inclusion of ICT in our agricultural sector, and now with all the other sectors of government, we've seen a lot of those small work that was done back then now really come into fruition. So these success stories that and these business cases, best practice cases happening not only for Samoa but in the Pacific region, compare with the our scale of economy, we've done some very good work, not only in government but also in the private sector at large. And I commend our private communities who are present here, because
we at the policy side and the regulatory side, we only do so much in planning and have this taken care. But the implementation and the impact of the work that has been done by our private sector, it's now bringing and giving benefits to our people. So of course, there's still gaps, there's still challenges, and I've also mentioned some in my presentation, but this is something that we should all work towards. It's not just government, it's not just private sector, it's not a startup, not academia, but it's how to have these common grounds and how we could then build a one unified plan, strategy, so that we could all transform at the same time. And I think that's just my initial comments on the guiding questions regarding the successes of all this work that you and I and our development partners and our banking institutions, our academia, we're all working towards that same goal. And I believe that this platform could be somewhere we could really build on and ensure that you shared some of these challenges as well. Because this is the only opportunity that we have. We kind of face all in one room and share that idea or that idea or whatever that might be helpful for the development of our coordinated approach and our digital strategy for the future.
Thank you, Samoa, for that very informative information. It seems that both our countries, Vanuatu and Samoa, are facing some major challenges. And I think these challenges, we would have to work together as a region from the SIDS perspective. May I now call on our virtual participants? I think they have questions for our panel this morning.
First, Ainsov from SPREP. His question is, you mentioned local apps as an innovation. Could you talk more about the types of government apps that are available and how effective they have been in catering for citizen needs? Again, you have mentioned local apps as an innovation. Could you talk more about the types of government apps that are available and how effective they have been in catering for citizen needs?
John, would you like to take this question?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, let me start off and maybe my colleague would take on further from there. One of the apps that we've seen the uptake on, and of course people in the rural communities, they will need to be connected to the government in terms of the dissemination of information to the people from the government. What we've seen in the past when we're just using email in terms of disseminating some of the government information, for example, newsletters from the Department of Agriculture, or other information from other government departments, of course, the weather. The only people with only people who have subscribed to the services with the email accounts, they're receiving this. However, when we launched the mobile app for disseminating of government information, and people have at their fingertips their smartphones, their tablets, and they've installed this app. They are now receiving this information in real time when we start pushing out the information. And we've received a lot of feedbacks from community members that the government is now talking to people right at their doorsteps where they have access to broadband coverage. So I would see that such an app, just a very simple app for people to receive messages from the government, it's very effective. We've developed the scholarship system, the Vanuatu scholarship system, which now people are having access, especially students. We've seen an increase in the number of applications that are lodged, annually to the scholarship office. Usually we receive the government scholarship office receive up to 400 scholarship applications when they do it manually on paper. Now that it's online, the number has increased from 400 to 6,000 applications a year. So that's how important and happy is when people are having access to that app at their fingertips from the comforts of their homes or their classrooms or wherever they have access to broadband connectivity. So those are just two examples, but there's other private companies that have come up with individual apps, but these are the two main ones that we've seen from the government: an increase in uptake and an increase in collaboration with our citizens in the last over the last 12 months. Thank you very much. But again, let me say that these things, we need collaboration between, just like a colleague from Samoa was saying, the CEO. We need collaboration from communities, from all of us within not just the ICT sector, but from the agriculture sector, from the health sector, from the education sector, from all sectors where we should come together, collaborate, and share our views and ideas, so that we can come up with tools that are innovative in a way, but most importantly, encouraging our communities to participate, and exchange information with the government.
Thank you, John. May I request for follow-up?
Well, I think that really answered that question, but may I add on in the purpose of why you need an app? I think first and foremost, it has to serve a purpose. And I think that purpose really depends whether it's informational or whether it's interactive service or whether it's online interactions in terms of payment. So every single app has its own purpose to be served, and who are the target audience of that app, that really defines the innovations behind the app. But I think this is a new provision of where we move from a website-based communication we used to have on a web browser, than having on an app, because we do and have a radio app as well for Radio 2AP. If you don't know, please download Zeno app. That's where Radio 2AP, and you can access that from anywhere in the world. So, so as a whole of other government ministries, they developed app to ensure their clientele or their audience reach those services that is much required by their audience at that same time. So we have a Office of the Electoral Commissions app, we have the Samoa Shipping Corporation app, we have the SQA app. But these are interactive app to gauge informations of the services provided by a particular government. And we now move into e-commerce side of things, where we've seen a huge uptake by our people. Now you can just order all these cuisines and all these traditional food that you couldn't produce at your own home, but you're able to order it from somewhere and get delivered at your door. So these innovations through these apps really bring that benefit to our people. And this is the trend. And this is where we see the development of these technologies and these innovations that really makes life of our people easier. But at the same time, it also depends on how we could sustain these developments, because it's good to plan and it's good to implement, but how we're going to keep on the momentum and sustain these innovations, that's another talk.
Thank you. Folau. Thank you, Jack. I think we have a question from the floor in terms, in light of keeping the balance between virtual and physical. I think we'll give the question to the floor.
try this one. Thank you very much. My name is Verena Linneweber. I'm the Deputy Resident Representative for UNDP here in Samoa. I'd like to wish to thank Mr. Jack and Talatalanga Mata'u for their presentations, which I found very informative. I was particularly impressed by the evolution of the digital growth indicators shown in the Samoa presentation. And although we don't have the same data from Vanuatu, it might be a similar trajectory. I note that the indicator, the period you showed, was January 2019 to January 2020. So I would assume there has been a further acceleration in, for example, internet users since then, especially given COVID. But yet there's still a number of people left out, and both the Australian High Commissioner and the UNDP Assistant Administrator highlighted the need to make sure that digital ecosystems work for everyone, everyone benefits. So my question to both of you is, how do you close that gap? How do you reach the people in the last mile? What are your governments proposing to do? Thank you very much.
So because John is connecting in, we'll give the question to him as an honor of him connecting virtually.
Thank you, moderator. Questions in regards to the last mile connectivity. We have, let me share the experience from Vanuatu. Since 2013, we've launched our universal access policy, and the policy, we've approached the we've approached the connectivity of our last mile using an approach called the pay or play approach. And in the pay or play approach, the operators are given the opportunity to play, meaning take out. Of course, with the assistance from the Office of the Regulator, they identified UAP sites, the universal access sites, which are identified as dark spots or underserved. So the government provides subsidy through, again, donor funding to assist rollout of telecommunication infrastructures in those areas. What we've seen happening right now is, with the impacts of climate change and the sea level rise, some of those areas have shifted, and we've seen an increase in the number of underserved areas now, where previously when the population were in the original locations, when we do the survey right at the beginning, we've earmarked those sites. Now that the people have moved, the population has moved because of the sea level rise. There's an increase again. We need to relook again at several other sites again. So it's really a challenge for us. Reaching the last mile is not easy. But we believe that with the latest developments in the technology, the advancement in the technology, we can source out technologies that can help us boost coverage in the very remote areas and extend the coverage to the last mile. One of the things that we're looking at is infrastructure sharing. We've identified that as a potential, as a possibility. But again, what I've just said in terms of the impact of climate change and the sea level rise, again, pose the challenge to the infrastructure sharing. Because people have moved out, and we cannot, telecom operators cannot go to the site to share, to collocate the equipments on an infrastructure with the population has already moved. we've identified again that maybe maybe an opportunity would be with a domestic cable. So instead of building towers, we put in a domestic cable and then use the existing infrastructure for collocation of equipments would be an option. Again, we will depend very much on a number of studies in order to provide us the data that we would need to make us to make better decisions on that. Satellite connectivity is an option, is a potential, but of course we know the cost of satellite is not cheap. But we believe that if we can collaborate, work together with our donor partners, and especially organizations like the UNDP, we can come up with business models or some sort of solutions where we can subsidize costs to making sure that there is connectivity at the last mile so people can communicate. With that, I would like to raise one of the things that we've identified when we at that Category 5 cyclone, TC Aaron. All along, we were attending, meetings and forums like this where we heard about this, this connectivity charter for emergency. We've heard that, satellite operators would be able to provide 3 months satellite bandwidth for free to affected communities or affected countries, where you have the disaster. When it comes to TCRL, we're trying to find ways in order to use that through the through the emergency telecommunication cluster. It was really a challenge for us to, to really get, to really access that service in terms of, the connectivity charter where there was another challenge that we faced in regards to close off borders due to COVID. It makes it difficult for equipments to arrive in Vanuatu. Makes it difficult for us to, have the right kind of equipment that we can be used, because most of the satellite operators that are signed up to the connectivity charter was only KU satellite operators. But in Vanuatu, we have 100% coverage of KA, and the satellite operator was not a signatory to the connectivity charter of the UN. So it makes it really difficult. So again, for last mile connectivity, definitely satellite would be an option. Infrastructure collocation or sharing, infrastructure sharing is a challenge for us because of the impacts of climate change and the sea level rise, and people are moving and population is moving from area to area. But still, it's an option for most of our some of our communities, where there's less impact of sea level rise in the area. Let me stop there and give the opportunity to my colleague from Samoa.
Thank you very much, for that very important question. And I think this is one of key drivers in all this in ICT development in Samoa. I know the importance of statistics that since then, I think there's quite an increase since then. And I think with COVID also really pushes through the usage and the coverage of these services. But there's still a lot to be done. So what have we've also haven't elaborated more on the presentation. Government move into securing that whole area where next to the cable landing station at Vaivase. We've marked out that area where used to be the Samoa College Hostel, and we've called it the Samoa Innovation Technology Park. So there are some collaborations now with our stakeholders in how we could have the business plan and the feasibility study done for that area. But the whole idea is to ensure that we bring in, we incentivize like a tax-free zone area where we could invite all technology companies, not only in Samoa but overseas, to start their business here, just right to the cable landing station where latency is no longer the issue, but rather to have those businesses established here, increase in employment, and ensure that we could push for utilization of services. We're also in the pipeline of do a whole of government incentives for all the ICT companies, different ranges in various areas, whether it's research and development, whether it's equipment for backbone and front end. So it's quite a long sort of process. We're getting through all this, but these are government initiatives in ensuring that we have that connectivity back into every single Samoan living in wherever in this country. As I've mentioned in the presentation, the recent reports by our telcos and our ISPs, the usage is just increased heavily in those traffics. And we could also see that the coverage is already there, but accessing to a smart device that is affordable, that's another challenge. So hence why we're working at this sort of end to ensure if this could be incentivized. So by the time you lay your hands on that very smart, good device, which you could last for another 2-3 years, it's something that's affordable. And I think that also helps with our telcos and our ISP in taking the coverage to all the remote areas, but cannot be accessed because due to the price and the cost of the equipment and the devices. So again, there's a whole lot of initiatives that the government with its partners and working towards, and also commend because we've seen the competitive prices offered by our ISPs and our telcos that take into consideration in enabling that connectivity to every citizen of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Samoa and Vanuatu. May I go back to our virtual participants for their questions? I think they have one more question before we give the finals.
Oceania Cybersecurity Center in Melbourne, Carsten Rudolph asks, for Vanuatu and Samoa, can you talk about how industry and businesses make use of digital transformation? Maybe give some examples. Again, from Carsten Rudolph of Oceania Cybersecurity Center in Melbourne, for Vanuatu and Samoa, can you talk about how industry and businesses make use of digital transformation? Maybe give some examples, please.
Thank you. I would request Samoa for this part, if they can provide some overviews of the question as requested.
Thank you very much, Carlson. I thought you will be attending this conference, but I was glad to raise that very important question. Well, see, you know, there's a whole lot of, as I mentioned in my presentation, there's a whole lot of digital transformation initiatives that is happening at every sector, and so as all the other businesses in Samoa. We've seen the digital smart meter project by EPC, the SCADA systems now working for the SWA and EPC as well. We've also seen a lot of these digital transformations projects being launched with a lot of other NGOs. And I think this is where our industry and our country as a whole appreciates the infrastructures that we currently have. Because there's no digital transformation or any digitization initiatives that could happen without the resilient infrastructure that we have now. And with the huge capacities, supersonic speed we have in these massive cables and also satellite, now really brings innovations to our people to ensure that we could have this transformative initiatives happening at their own end. So I couldn't name in detail each and every initiative that is happening, but the business and the communities of this country really appreciates these digital transformation initiatives with these massive connectivity we have.
John, any views on the question provided?
Yeah, thank you, Carson. Thank you, moderator, again. Thank you, Carson, for that question. So the question is how industry and businesses would make use of digital transformation. That is a very good question, especially to help out in the discussion, especially if those in the private sector in the room. From outside, from the Vanuatu side, when we are discussing this thing about digital government, how would that benefit those in the private sector? First of all, when we are talking about integration of government services to making sure that we limit the number of we try as much as possible to minimize the number of hours in terms of in submitting applications for business license, driver's license, and all this. That would actually help a lot in terms of how we are carrying out our businesses. But most importantly, when the government minimizes the number of the total number of hours for you to have access to government information, it will help the private sector in terms of making sure that you have the time, you have the time and the resource to innovate and making sure that citizens, they achieve the maximum number of the maximum benefits in terms of responses to queries. So we've seen that happen, especially with when we digitize our civil registry system. People have access to now a digital version of their birth certificate, and from the private sector, that is a very, especially the banks, opening bank accounts and social security fund. So it will help boost business environment. But most importantly, serving the customers at it reduces the number of hours as well as reduces the number of reduces the time and the money that the customers they spend in accessing government services. But what we need to see is, this digital transformation, it shouldn't be seen as, government taking over businesses, but it should be seen as an opportunity where we can collaborate. Collaboration is the key word here that that needs to be taken. I know when we were doing this consultation on the our national cybersecurity strategy in very remote areas, and we getting questions about why we need to get everything online. And our question to them is, our answer to them is, we try not to provide a direct answer to them, but we try to explain to them that, ICT, it helps in terms of, getting we would try to use ICT to as much as possible minimize the gap in terms of, for those who have access to services and for those who are living very far and not having access to government services. We try as much as possible to minimize that gap. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you need to have your financial resources in terms of that access, but we will what we are trying to do is we're trying to bridge the gap in terms of making sure that that service is accessible to you, provided that you have the means to access those services, but at a very affordable what should I say, in a very affordable way to you. So and one of the examples that from Vanuatu which we've seen is I keep on repeating this scholarship system. We've discussed with through arrangements with the telecom operators. They've zero rate the application itself, the platform itself for people to have access to from anywhere in Vanuatu. We've increased the number of applications from 400 applications to almost 6,000 to 7,000 applications we received annually for scholarships, and that's massive. That's a big benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll take just one more question before we wrap up for this panel. We'll go to our digital guys at the back in terms of the question from the remote participant.
WE Advisory asks, in terms of the payment gateways to access the products and services for various applications here in Samoa, whether it be from the government or private business, is there a time frame that this will be available in Samoa, and have the local banks declared their interest in assisting with this? What are the roadblocks and solution to accessing this? Example, PayPal, Stripe. Again, in terms of the payment gateways to access the products and services for various applications here in Samoa, whether it be from the government or private businesses, is there a time frame that this will be available in Samoa, and have the local banks declared their interest in assisting with this? What are the roadblocks and solution to accessing this? Example, PayPal and Stripe.
Thank you. May I request the panel, if you respond to this question, that you can keep it short and sweet so we can wrap up for this panel. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll be very short. That's a very good question. And this is one of the challenges and one of the issue why we had this study of have a coordinated agency that look at all the digital initiatives that is happening in this country and ensure that where we could start on in transforming every single initiative and project that is currently happening in the ICT space. Because the fact this matter was this discussion, I think it was happened 2 years ago with the drive from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also our Central Bank of Samoa. So with the assistance of our UN, one of our UN agency, we started to discuss and talk about this national payment gateway. And I believe that some of the colleagues here are also stakeholders of this consultations. We are still in the process of that discussion. I think what has been assured to us that part of the initial project was now connecting all our banking institutions into that common backdoor to connect all our banking institutions and finance. And I think then the next step forward, and I'm not quite sure of the timeline and the time frame of this work, but I could provide this update to the question asked and also to the audit about what's the next step of that consultation. But I think that is what has been happening now after several consultations. The central bank, I'm sure if there's anyone here from central bank, could also be an opportunity to share your work on this payment gateway. And also if there's any other in the audience that were also part of the consultations to update. But there's no set time frame as of not aware of the full implementation of this work. But it's something that has been raised by our private sector's companies. Samoa, we're moving towards cashless societies now, but with the hurdles and the challenges faced by our private sector, I think some of our industry already built their own payment gateway versus to some international payment systems. So that's just an overall view of this initiative and where it started, but to have the concrete dates for completion, I truly apologize that I could find this and come back to for information of our audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Tala. John, final comments?
No, payments. I'll just say an example of one of the online payments. Of course, it's not a government system, but it was done by our National Bank of Vanuatu for paying school fees throughout Vanuatu, and we've seen the benefit of it. It reduces the number of hours, the financial resources committed to parents traveling to schools to pay for school fees. You can do it with your smartphones, transferring, and of course, without cash in your hand. That is, it reduces the time, it reduces the financial resources in terms of transport and all this, and it's at your fingertips. So I think if we can do that, and if we can have payment gateways where you can do payments despite whichever bank you're using, and even with what we're already seeing happening with the regional IXP, and thanks to Samoa for accepting to host the regional IXP to keep the traffic within the region. If we can have something similar with payments throughout the Pacific to be kept within the region, that's a way to go. And we'd love to see that happen. And of course, it will be a collaborative effort from our partners and also our financial sectors, those in the banking industry and the government, as well as the private sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Tala. I think there's a lot of information that has been shared, and we thank the participant both locally and virtually for their questions today for this session, in terms of making this session quite information sharing. So upon that, I think that there are two key words that we can take from this session today is together and share. I think in terms of digital transformation, we need to work together as a region, as a country, and in our sector as agencies within the different development areas. Also, in terms of sharing, we do need to share the load, both in the regional aspect as well as the national aspect, in the multiple sectors that we try to push digital transformation on, as digital transformation is not just a word that puts a lot of the technology into your offices or into your country. It's a new norm, as we've learned from COVID. This new norm, we've made us host such events like today, virtually, and having participants from remote location connected in. So this is all because these have been realized in terms of what the Pacific and its partners for the various programs in terms of the stakeholders and those partners within the region have created. So today is their achievement. And for that, I would like to thank Mr. John Jack from Vanuatu for his insights from Vanuatu's perspective and government's agenda in terms of what they want to see moving from their side and what they want to collaborate with the Pacific in terms of moving together as a digital Pacific nation. And also thank Mr. Talatalanga Matau, the CEO of MCIT for Samoa, for sharing about Samoa's endeavor to be a nation that is driven on digital change. And on that note, I would like to thank UNDP and the government of Samoa for hosting this morning session. And I will hand over to our MC for our next session. Thank you.
How about another round of applause for our awesome presenters, our speakers. Thank you also to our Mr. Facilitator this morning. And that concludes our session 1 with our topics, a biannual review, a roadmap to digital transformation, and also the successes and challenges of the Pacific Islands, countries and territories. It's been reported that we have 23 online virtual participants. Wow. Thanks to our friends and colleagues who have joined us from the start of the session 1. We now break for lunch. Then we start back at 1 o'clock. Our lunch will be served downstairs in the club lounge. They've asked us to announce that please wear your ID. No ID, no go in. And that's it. Malo lava lonsai. Faftai lava.